Hello and welcome back to another Yeast Oath and Felghana stream. If you're watching this later as a VOD, welcome. We're going to be continuing right where we left off last time. And we're going to be fighting that boss and winning this time. Alright, so last time we left off, we were having some trouble against this boss. We got really close, though. We got it down to, like, less than 100 health, I believe. So, to start with, we have to relearn its attack patterns. And we can go from there. Let me know, does the audio sound okay? Too loud, too quiet? For either voice or game music? Let me know. Little hard for me to tell, because honestly it always sounds kind of loud on my end. But you know. It's probably just because I'm stupid and don't realize how to better set it up. Oh god, I died. Might have you louder than it is, but you could just be an idiot. I'm gonna try. There we go, that's better. I'm just putting the volume down a little bit on my end. That's much better. Let's see. Alright, let's try and do better this run. Oh, dodge the lasers. I'm taking way more damage than I have to. Okay, there we go. Phase 2. Alright, wait for the purple ring. Good. Slash away. Look at that, almost 200 health. Huge. Massive. Alright, again, once more with feeling. Smack away. Oh god. That was not very smart of me! Oh no! Oh god, it's over. This runs over. I did get greedy. Next time. So, okay. This is really random. But just as like a topic of conversation, I was thinking about something last night. And that's that. Is there anything more boring in like modern media, like fiction, than doing like a zombie story? Like, they don't have to be exactly zombies, but anything where it's like, oh, people are being mutated and transformed into these generic zombie-like monsters. Oh, like, I don't know. I feel like I'm so tired of zombies, dude. I am so sick and tired of zombies. Just because, like, I don't know how. But, like, I last night, I was just, you know, browsing the web as you do when you're bored at night. And I discovered that apparently, DC Comics, as in, you know, Batman, Superman, The Flash, that DC Comics, that apparently a few years back they did a mini-series. You know those things they do where they tell, like, unique stories in, like, alternate universes? So that they can tell weird stories they can't do in their mainline comics. It was one of those. And the storyline was just a zombie story where all the superheroes and villains become zombies, and it's just like trying to see who survives out of all of them. You know, and how they defeat the zombies. And like, you know, and I don't know, it's just like, zombie stories are so boring. First of all, like, standalone zombie stories I already find boring. And then, like, and I feel like they're even worse when zombie stories are put over something that aren't intended to be zombie stories. Like DC, I did not know about, but, like, I know, for example, like, a very famous example is, like, 2 decades ago or something like that, the Marvel Comics did a big zombie comic event that, like, is very remembered by comic book fans, and, like, it was awful. It was so dark and edgy and over the top and misanthropic. It's just, I don't know. It's like, what do zombies have to do with superheroes? Like, I don't know. I feel like I'm just tired of seeing zombies in media. Oh, I had to scratch my nose. Oh! Like, the only thing that I can think of in the past several years that I've enjoyed that is about zombies or is, like, thematically similar to zombies is the anime series Attack on Titan. Not because they're not zombies, but it is a show about, like giant humanoid monsters, like, with no intelligence, lumbering around and, like, causing an apocalypse for humanity, and people are barely surviving. Like, and it's a horror survival series. That's, like, the only thing I can think of within the last, like, several years that's been, like, either about zombies or, like, similar thematically to zombies. That I'm like, yeah, you know what? I like that. It's the only thing I can think of. You know what we need? We need a comeback of kaiju. That's what we need. Forget zombies, forget werewolves, forget vampires, bring back kaijus. It's the kaiju's time to shine. I want more Godzillas and less zombies. Come on. Oh, don't get greedy! Okay. George Romero went from being a horror icon to being looked at and being told, look at what you started. Yeah. I mean, the like, George Romero zombies are, like, completely different from, like, modern zombies, you know? Oh, we're getting close. Less than 200 HP left. If I can keep it clutch, I have a chance. Oh god. No, no, no. Stay calm, Titus. Oh god. Oh. I don't like this, guys. I don't like this. Oh, oh no! No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, no! Oh god, no! I need to refresh. It froze for me. Oh, dude. Refresh in time to watch you die. It'd be like that. Yeah, I think it must have been on your end, because there was no drop to frames or anything on my end. I just checked. That is unfortunate. I need better internet connection for streams. Because I don't know if it's like, if it's this way in like live on stream when people watch. But like I notice in VODs of streams when I look at them, that like there's like slight debuffering, like the graphics are slightly off and like buffer in the recordings a little bit. I don't know how to explain it, like the technical term for it, but like the graphics just start getting kind of like wavy and different, kind of weird looking. I know that's probably because of like my connection not being as good as it can be. I need to find a way to fix that. Got it! Alright. Next form. I was talking to my buddy Burke, Wild Burke, the other day. He was giving me some advice on how to improve my internet when I move to the new museum I'm planning on moving to in the next few weeks, so I should look into that. You know why I always get hurt on that specific pattern? It's because there's so many of them that like, and they're barely moving, that like my eyes start to glaze over kind of, and I lose track of where all the bullets are. It's hard to explain, but like, it all kind of just becomes a blur in my eyes. So I have trouble keeping track of where exactly the bullets are. Like right there, I'm like, I have to try really hard to like, oh god, I'm doing a bad job of it. There's another one. Ah. It doesn't help that the edges I tend to stick by, like, you get caught on them for some reason. A lot. Oh, come on. I hate that too. Goes immediately into them. No time to prepare. Oh, come on. Give me a chance to attack. I don't think I'm going to be winning this one. I took way too much damage. Oh, wait. I can get in some more damage here. Okay, get away, get away, get away. Oh! Oh, it's too far away! Man, what the heck, man? The tail part that I can hit spawned, like, over the edge where I couldn't reach. I couldn't hit it. $111 HP left. I have a chance. Bro, what was that? What was that? Bro, come on. That was dumb. That was dumb. Come on. Got him. Okay. Second phase again. All right, getting close. Bro, come on. I hate this game. Just kill me. That hurts me. On a personal level, that hurts me. Alright, first form done again. Is there no way I can damage it other than when I'm hitting it up close? Surely there must be another way. Surely. Get away, get away, get away! Wait, I can jump and shoot it with fireballs? I might be able to get a little bit more chip damage that way. I'm amazed nothing hit me there. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god, just go into the defensive phase already, come on! Giving me no chance to attack. Thank you. It gives very little room to actually get in and attack. Come on. Come on. Get away, get away, get away! Oh, I'm so close. I can taste it, bros. I can taste it. Oh, jeez. Okay, come on, come on, come on. No. No. At least the music slaps. If nothing else. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, get away, get away, get away. 49 HP. It is so close. It is so close. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, no. Oh, God. Okay. Come on, come on, come on. Switch to the defense. Switch to the defense. Okay. Yes. Yes. Yeah! Woo! Let's go! Finally! Oh, thank God. Da, 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 da. Killed it. It was just having a bit. No, it had it coming. It deserved every bit of that. It deserved that death. It had it coming. I am a crusader of truth and justice come to cleanse this land of this abomination. Okay, so now what? Do I just go back? Was there something in there I have to do? Let me check. I guess not. Do I just, like, go back to the top? I guess so. Well, okay. Okay. Let's get our way out of here. I know I don't have to kill these enemies, but they're so annoying that it's about sending a message. You know what I mean? Okay. Keep pressing the sword button instead of the jump button on accident. Gotcha. Okay. Anyways, as I was saying earlier, zombies, cringe. Except Koreji Ollie, she's based. Oh god, there are a lot of those guys. I'm not fighting those things, there's way too many of them. Level up! That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Man, they're really making us climb all the way out here, aren't they? Fireball! You know what I really want to do? I really want to play a Digimon game on stream. The problem is all the best Digimon games I've like already played and own on other consoles, or like on consoles. So that the ones that are available on Steam. So it's like, do I really want to buy the same game again for Steam? Just so I could stream it? I don't know, man. That's why I want Digimon Survive to come out, because then I could just get it on Steam. You know what I mean? And I could stream it. It'll be a new game, so it'll probably do better, views-wise. It'll be great. Also, I have no idea when it would happen, but I've actually been talking to Burke and Andy, and we were talking about doing a Left 4 Dead 2 stream. Now, I don't know if you gathered or not from my discussion of my rant about zombies. I don't actually care much for zombie video games, and I've never played Left 4 Dead 1 or 2 before, so playing with them would definitely be a new experience for me. I'm not opposed, it's just, you know, I've never played them before. Hate that game, you call it Valve trash? Really? You don't like Left 4 Dead 2? Now see, I have no opinion on the matter, because like I said, I've never played it. And I'm also not like a big fan of Valve or anything, not because I have anything against their games, I just haven't played a ton of them. But I'm curious, why do you dislike it? Do you just not like zombie games, or do you think the game's bad? You don't like most Valve games? They're all cheap and based off the exact same engine. Them's fighting words to a lot of people. Now me? I don't mind. That's a fine opinion to me. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I have that strong of an opinion on Valve's games. But I feel like there are a lot of people who wouldn't like that opinion. They feel awful and move terribly, and the concepts are bland and uninspired. The only thing Valve ever did right was Steam, and they did everything else so wrong. I feel bad that they're the ones who got Steam. Oof. You know, you should, one of these days, when you're in a stream with, like, Andy and Burke, you should tell them that. I'd love to see their reaction. I mean, the only Valve games I've really played are, I played Portal 1 and 2, and I really like Portal 1 and 2, but those are the only Valve games I've ever played and liked. They're also the only ones I've ever played. Period, I think. Maybe there's more of them, but those are the two distinctly that I remember. Oh yeah, so somebody pointed out to me, one of my friends pointed out in the news to me today. Apparently, like, Netflix made this new announcement that they're gonna try and implement a new system where they prevent people from password sharing. Which is it's so funny. Like, it's not gonna work. Even if they somehow pull that off, it's not gonna stop people from sharing their Netflix accounts as it was intended. I swear, man, like, those streaming companies, if they could nickel and dime, like, if they could separately charge, if they could find a way to separately charge every single individual sitting around a couch watching the same screen, they would. If they had a way they could do it, they would. Like, there's no way that, you know, people sharing their accounts with their friends and family is like that bad. You know what I mean? There's no way it's cutting into their profits that badly, if at all. They're just being kind of greedy, honestly. They're like, I bet we could get more people to buy even more Netflix, and we'll go from billionaires to billionaires. It's like, come on, guys. I don't know. Because if they do that, all they're asking for is for people to go back to the old method of, like, just making 1 million new email accounts to sign up for free trials, you know what I mean? Unless they stop offering free trials, but I can't see them doing that. Played some of the earlier Valve games, and they were more of a headache than they were fun. Had friends convince you to get Left 4 Dead 2, and it was legitimately, at the time, the worst game you'd ever played. Didn't last long in your inventory, and you never went back to it again. That's so fun. I genuinely have never heard somebody say they don't like Left 4 Dead or Left 4 Dead 2. Like, I've heard people like me who just don't have an opinion, but I've never heard somebody who's got a negative opinion about it. That's so interesting. I have to bring that up with Andy and Burke next time I talk to them, see what they think. I'm sure Burke will laugh and Andy will be bewildered. Andy really likes to, Andy really likes, like, to argue low-key. Like, not in a bad way, necessarily. He just has very strong opinions. Just been in gaming long enough to know which devs actually cared and which ones just tried to do the minimum amount with what they had. Fair enough. I mean, I've only been playing... I mean, like, the oldest games I'll regularly touch are, like, what? Like, SNES era? I don't really go any farther back than that. Like, I very rarely will play... I think I could probably count on, like, 2 hands the amount of NES games I've played. And I'm not really into, like, games that are, like... I'm not really into any, like... I have literally no interest in, like, any systems older than NES. So, like... To their defense, most do the minimum these days, but they were doing it before most that you'd noticed. Huh. So your argument is that Valve was doing the, like, bare minimum lazy thing with their engine and assets, like, long before other modern gaming companies started doing it? That's an interesting take. I mean, like I said, I don't know a crap ton about Valve and, like, the games they make and their policies and stuff like that. So I'm not gonna sit here and, like, pretend I can analyze that statement and, like, give an opinion, like a very thoughtful opinion on it, but I do think it's an interesting opinion, just compared to what I've heard. Never understand the love for Valve games, yet they get a loyal fan base who swears by it. Only Valve game you ever played that you got any enjoyment out of whatsoever was Dota 2. And you left it because it was toxic. And Dota 2 was just a ripoff of League of Legends. I thought League of Legends came after Dota. Or was it Dota came first, then League of Legends, and then Dota 2? I don't know much about MOBAs, but I thought, because I don't really play them at all, but I thought League of Legends was, like, supposed to be based off of Dota. Like, not in a specific game, but, like, the franchise in general. Again, I could very well be wrong. I don't know much about MOBAs, so. Originally, they were based on mods in other games. Ah, I see, okay. Yeah, I never really got into MOBAs. I'm just not a huge fan of the gameplay style. Valve sort of obtained them. I see. Well, our allies aren't outside the door, so I guess we just head back to the village. I don't know, but I've said it before on stream before that I'm just not super into, like, competitive games. Or, like, multiplayer. Like, I play, like, a lot of single-player-oriented, like, story-based gaming. Like, even if it's single-player-oriented mostly, like, if it's, like, if it doesn't have much of a story mode, I'm not really interested. I don't know, I guess I'm kind of weird. So anything that's, like, meant to be competitive, like sports games or like online only games like MOBAs and stuff, or like competitive shooters, or like any game where it's supposed to be cooperative, outside of like having friends directly on my couch next to me. So stuff like, you know, like a Monster Hunter. You know, like stuff where you like team cooperatively play with friends. Unless they're like right next to me or I'm playing with them over like Discord call, I'm just not entertained by that. I want some kind of a goal to work toward when I'm playing a game. And like being like, and like climbing a ranking ladder just is not interesting to me. And I get that is for a lot of people, and that's cool. I think it's fun to see, like, really people who are really good at what they do. Like, high-end competitive players. Like, it's interesting to watch them play. But, like, for myself, I can't imagine doing that. I would get bored so fast. But yeah, Half-Life played ages ago, and you felt it was vastly inferior to other games of its genre. Portal tried to rely on humor. That didn't work for you, and it was just a puzzle game. Counter-Strike is an FPS game that was somehow made worse than Half-Life, and is just camping simulator for one team. Team Fortress was just no words for that train wreck. Left 4 Dead was a game that looked and felt cheap on a subject, which is what you've already said is far from original. Huh. The Team Fortress one is also surprising. I hear people sing the praises of that franchise, like, constantly. I've never played it, like, even once. So I have no opinion. But that is, like I said, this is very interesting takes. Looks like we've got a lot more monsters on our hands all of a sudden. They're all over Felghana instead of just in the quarry. Things could get rough with Gardner protecting the town by his lonesome. By the way, you haven't seen Anya, have you? I noticed some Ravel ore missing from the house. Can't imagine what she's planning on doing with it. Guess we might as well look around town for what we gotta do next. Actually, will buy your games from third-party locations, such as the Humble Store, to cut Valve out of their profits. Wow! Most people are like, they hate the what's it called? The other stores, like Humble and stuff like that. No, maybe it's not it's the Epic Store. That's what it's called. Epic Store. That's what I was thinking of, not the Humble Store.
Well, don't be a stranger. Welcome.
Which I never really got. It's like, if they're not, like, killing innocent people in the streets or something really awful, like, who cares, right?
Don't be a stranger.
It's just like a purveyor of the items. Well, if it isn't the new hero on the block, Adol Kristen. I was just checking in for an appointment to get my spear all sharpened and up ready for action. Don't like leaving my post unattended, but that's no dangerous than facing monsters with a dull weapon, you know?
What do you got for me?
Well, let's update some of the equipment we do have.
This the one? Good to go. This the one? Good to go. This the good to go. This good to go. This good to go.
Alright, all of our stuff is maxed that's currently equipped. That's good.
This the one?
Might as well update their other stuff.
This the good to go. This good to go.
There we go.
Come again.
All the stuff we currently have is maxed out. Given a choice, donate to charity in your purchase or pay Valve part of it, whom you don't personally believe has ever made a game worth even 0.0000001% of the income they've made. Oof. Well, I will say at the very least, I disagree about Portal. I actually think the humor is pretty funny. The voice acting is pretty good. And I thought that the I like puzzle games, so I like Portal 1 and 2. I understand why you don't, but I will disagree with you on that. Because at the very least, I've played those and I like them. Hunger doesn't wait for peace. Peace waits for hunger to be sated, and my belly's roaring like a wildfire. But then I haven't been working much, so I haven't been eating as much either, so I guess it makes sense. Adol, please wipe out all the monsters so I can eat yummy food again without feeling like a blubbery pickard I am. Okay. I'm looking around for what to do next. Maybe in here? Nope. Well, like if I see a ring, I have to give this guy the ring back. So. Maybe upstairs? The best thing the game's Portal has done for you is give you the comparison to use to people of that's about as intelligent as taking a portal gun, shooting a hole underneath you and one above your head, and then taking shit in the hole underneath you. Took me a second, but I get what you're saying. When did I even play Portal? I played Portal when I was in college. So, like, way after most people. I played it when in, like, 2017 for the first time. Which is way later than most people. Because you just take shit on your head. That's not intelligent. I mean, you're right.
Mr. Adol, there's something I wanted to ask you.
Oh, this is voiced. It might be important.
My little Pickard buddies have been severely under the weather lately. I looked up their symptoms and it sounds like they got themselves some kind of disease.
The swine flu?
But how? I mean, I've always pampered them and showered them with love and protection. So how come they got sick? They've never gotten sick on my watch before, and certainly not this badly. I think they might even be dying.
Technically, we're always dying. All of us. From the moment we're born. Anyway.
They just keep getting weaker and weaker. There's an herb called a burn leaf, and that grows in the Elder Mountains. It's supposed to be like a Pickard cure-all, but it's kinda rare and hard to find. And I'm way too young and fragile to scale those icy monster-infested
No one would refer to themselves as young and fragile. No one. Especially not a kid.
I just don't know what to do. What I need is a hero who'll risk it all for great justice and cute Pickards.
Alright, kid, I'll get you your herb. Your herb. However you pronounce it. I'll get it for you.
Hey, Mr. Adol, you want to play a game with me?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Really? You play? You're super awesome, mister! I want to play treasure hunt, except you'll be the hunter and I'll be the pirate who hid all the booty. Arr!
Sure, why not?
Scallywag! Me treasure's been hid all across this scurvy town, and you're the only one who can find it. There be 4 stashes of brick
I don't get any hints? Huh. Well, time to look for some treasure, I guess. I wonder if she hid them outside or inside, or... Oh, I found something! Oh, is the treasure all Ravelor? I mean, that's a good treasure. I can use that! Let's see... Gotta look for, like, shiny little spots, I guess. Let's see if there's anything in this house. No, nothing there. The clue said one of them was hid near a window. So I guess we'll look around windows. Anything over here? No. Oh, cutscene!
Oh, Adol!
Adol, you made it!
Hi, Vic Mignogna.
The heir just got back from the castle a little while ago. Seems Bishop Nicholas made a good case on his behalf, and the Count saw fit to let him go.
That's good.
Yes, he spoke far kinder things of me than I deserve. I owe him a tremendous debt of gratitude. Unfortunately, Chester was out on an errand for the Count at the time, so no answers were to be had on that front. And the Bishop had no luck finding any information on the statues either, I'm afraid.
That is unfortunate, but we shall take the victories we can get. And the Bishop is still there, so answers may yet be forthcoming. On another note,
Uh-huh.
how did your investigation of the abandoned mine go at all?
Well, I had to fight this giant-ass worm monster like 20 times.
Adol recounted all the events that transpired in the abandoned mine and detailed the items he acquired therein.
Amazing. You're like a magnet for danger.
Genos and Galbalan. I never thought I'd hear that name again, much less in this context.
You know what it is, then?
It's an old local legend. Long ago, a great and terrible beast known as
Ganondorf
came from across the sea and took control of Felghana. He had the power to transform the people and spirits under his influence into twisted, evil creatures, or so it goes.
Like mass media.
But one day, a hero appeared, wielding a mighty sword. He was the warrior, Genos. He borrowed the powers of the gods and fought the beast. And at long last, against insurmountable odds, he won. And that's about the extent of what I know, I'm afraid. Legends
Typical
like
legend,
that
yeah.
aren't too popular these days. Barely anyone remembers them, save for old coots like me.
I've certainly never heard it before. that does remind me. I asked Bishop Nicholas earlier if he happened to know the origin of the Ilburn's ruins. Apparently, it used to be a church of sorts, devoted to some long-lost pagan deity.
Interesting. Given the circumstances of late, it's not unreasonable to suspect there may be a connection. There's also one more thing that bears mentioning.
Yeah.
Out in the Sienna Bay, there's an old deserted island we've always known by just one name. Genos Island. There was once a small village there, but it was ravaged and destroyed by disease 12 years ago.
That sucks.
What?
It happened 3 years before you arrived, so I'm not surprised you wouldn't know about it. Genos Village never had many dealings with Redmond, and the whole tragedy was so terrible. People rarely discuss it. I don't know much about the disease that killed them all, though, I'm afraid. According to the official statement from Valentine Castle, it was some sort of extremely severe fever.
This doesn't instill a lot of hope. An island named for the hero who defeated Galbalan, totally annihilated. The voice
Ironic.
I heard is seeming less and less implausible, and more frightening.
Indeed. Adol, Dogi's gone to speak with his master, Berhard. Perhaps you should meet with Berhard as well. He's a rather eccentric man who's chosen a life of near solitude. And
Yo, what's
devoted
up,
himself to
Burke?
studying the land's folklore. There's no one in Felghana who'd be more likely to know about Genos, Galbalan, the statues, and maybe even that voice.
I believe I'll return to the castle and update Bishop Nicholas on what we've discussed here.
Thanks, Vic Mignogna.
If you decide to follow Dogi, Adam, I suggest you exercise caution. The Elder Mountains are not hospitable.
Yo, Burke, we were just discussing before you got here. Sinlasa was telling me, like, all about how she doesn't like Valve games. And I thought you and Andy would find that interesting. Yes, and Lassa was saying that the games that Valve makes aren't good, that they're like cheap and lazy or something like that. Now, I've never played many Valve games except for the 2 Portal games, so I don't have any room to talk on that. But I just thought it was an interesting take because it's so opposite of what I'm used to hearing. Oh, there's another one. Nice. Alright, 2 more. Let's check the church. Oh, there's one. Oh, I see. Interesting. Oh. Nope. Dang it. Anyway, Burke, how are you, man? How's it going? Wow, I'm really bad at this. No! Oh. This is hard. Been okay, I just got back from a birthday dinner with family. Oh, nice. Wait, is it your birthday? Is it your birthday? Oh my god, I feel so oh my god, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. Happy birthday, dude. Happy infinity years of being born from the ooze. What'd you eat? What'd you eat? There should be one in here, I think. There we go. I think that's all 4. Mediterranean style pasta. Ooh, that sounds good.
You're in the best, Mr. Adel. Did ye find all of me hidden treasure?
Yes, I did, and I got an achievement.
So what did you think? Was it super tough to find them all? And did I sound like a real pirate? I bet I did. So you know what? You can keep it. You did a really good job finding it, so I'm gonna give it to you as a present.
Aw.
I'll see you later, mister, but you gotta come play again real soon, okay?
Aw, cute. Your lunch was seafood and cocktail and tostadas, and that was the primo stuff. Nice. Nice. $200. Oh my gosh. That's a lot of ore. I had frozen Asian food. Not like microwave dinner stuff, but like, you know, it kind of like, you know, like you go to like Trader Joe's or something and you get them like in a bag frozen and you cook them at home yourself. Yeah. Like orange chicken and pot stickers and some like Korean pancakes. The Korean veggie pancakes. You know those? Pretty good.
Welcome.
I still don't have enough money.
Don't be a stranger.
Alright, time to go to the next area, I guess. On to the mountains. Gonna be lurking? Alright, sounds good, man. Enjoy your lurking. This music goes. There was one guy in town who said he's looking for a lost ring that he lost on his way to the castle. So let's like look around real quick, just the area around here. I want to see if I can find anything like that lying on the ground, like any sparkling spots. No, this is where we came to start the game. Oh, cutscene.
Adel? I'm sorry. I knew it was dangerous with all the monsters around, yet I still left the safety of the town unescorted.
Yeah, that was pretty dumb.
My brother would always bring me here when I was little. You can look out at the entire Sienna Bay from here. Isn't it beautiful?
Yes, I.
If you look over there, you'll see Genos Island. Supposedly, an ancient tribe used to live there. I don't know what happened to them, but
I heard they all died out.
Yeah. Your pop said it was from a disease.
Chester used to come here and just sit quietly looking out at the water. And I'd often join him.
Chester's the only survivor of that island's people, isn't he?
It was so peaceful.
$5 says.
Yet, there was always such sadness in his eyes. Even back then, I could tell he had something on his mind, but I could never bring myself to ask him what it was. So we'd just sit together and watch the water until it got dark. I don't really remember anything from when I was just a little girl. My first real memories are from when Papa first took us in. I don't know where I lived or what kind of people I was with before that. I don't even have any clue as to what would make me forget so much. But I think my brother remembers at least some of it. That's the impression I always got, anyway, whenever we'd sit out here. Sorry, I must be boring you to tears.
Nah, you take your time,
probably
hon.
get back to
You take your
town.
time. You take your time.
Would you excuse me, Adol?
Adol offered to escort Eleanor safely back to Redmond.
I did?
Huh? Oh, no. It's still light out, so I should be safe from the monsters.
I literally ran into like 12 on the way here.
But you won't take no for an answer, will you? If you insist, then I shall humbly accept your offer.
Okay.
Thank you, Adol. I'll feel much safer with you. Shall we then?
Oh god, she's got a health bar. It's an escort mission. Shoo! Excuse me. Hey, you'd be just fine on your own, huh? Already ran into 4 monsters. Those don't make 7. Ah, you got hit. Back up. I don't see any sign of that ring the guy said he lost. Huh. Oh god! I missed! That's so dumb! I accidentally slid past the monster. Well, gotta redo that. Please don't make me sit through the cutscene again.
Adol?
Oh, it's gonna make me sit through the cutscene again, isn't it?
Sorry. I knew it was dangerous.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No offense, but I've already heard you say this. I'm just gonna skip past
If you
it.
look over there, I don't know what. Chester used to. It was so even back then. So
Yep, yep.
My first real. I don't know where.
Yeah.
I don't even have. But whenever we.
Yeah, then what?
Sorry, I should.
No,
probably
you're. Yeah.
Adol offered to
Huh?
I'm such a
It's
nice
still light
person.
out, but you won't.
Listen, if there's one thing your boy Titus is, it's nice.
Thank you, Adol.
I'm a nice guy. Not in the cringe way of like you'd say in like middle school when girls wouldn't talk to you. I don't mean that way. I'm not that kind of nice guy. Alright, gonna have to use the fireballs more liberally. Man, there's a fly in here in my room And it just will not go away and leave me alone. Still no sign of that ring. Okay. So far, so good. Got him. Almost there. I think that's it. Yep. Looks like we're good. Well, that wasn't that bad of an escort mission.
Thank you so much, Adol. For everything.
Yeah.
I'd love to stay and chat with you, but I promised Margot I'd help her at the inn.
Yeah, no worries. I gotta go, like, save your entire city from being annihilated by a demon or something.
You've got things of your own to take care of anyway. The Elder Mountains, right? The
Yeah.
monsters there are particularly vicious, so do be careful, okay?
Yep. Alright, let's head out. Let's go ahead and save our game, because I don't want to have to do that again. Alright, I think the way is up here. Oh, my nose is sniffling. Let me just take 1 second. Let me just take care of this real quick. Alright. There we go. Elder Mountains. Oh, dude, I love monkeys sounds coming from pigs. Well, that enemy's not gonna get annoying. Weird little dude. It looks kind of like a pig, or is it like an orc or a goblin or something? Weird. It looks weird. That's what it looks like. You know, when they were conducting this song, when they were composing this song, they were like, you know what this area needs? Needs more electric guitar. And you know what? That is absolutely based. And I respect that artistic decision. These things can jump high. Oh god. Those little ones that dig into the ground are really annoying. There we go. Hey! I think this is the thing that the kid wanted for the Pickards. Next time I'm in the village, I can give him that. Come on, stay still. Thing's hard to hit. Good. Wait a minute. I see an enemy. How do I get to it? How do I get to it? What? Maybe this way. Okay, that didn't work. There's gotta be a way up there. Dang it. Guess not. Oh, there we go. What's there? Oh, that's a lot of Ravelor. Nice. Money! I guess we gotta fall this way. Alright, nice, nice. Now I can continue. Look, you can't just show me a treasure chest and not expecting to try and get it. You know what I mean? Gotcha. Oh, what is this thing? Wow, this thing will not go down. There we go. Monies? I like the money. I don't know why I said it like that. I hate those insects. There we go, level up. That's better. Okay. Alright, this is gonna be a bit random, but... So this came into my mind recently, and I was thinking about it for the first time in a long time. Do any of you guys remember this show that was on 4Kids? The 4Kids that was called, Dinosaur King? Like, I know I'm biased because I'm a dinosaur, but does anyone besides me remember it? It's like this anime about, there's this anime series about, like, a kid, like 3 kids, who, they have to stop this, like, Team Rocket-esque group from the future, who are trying to destroy the world. And the way they're doing it is, in the future, they have science that let them transform the DNA of dinosaurs into trading cards. And they can summon them into living, breathing, beings. And, you know, they use them to fight. So it's like a monster catching show, kind of, like Pokemon or Digimon. But it's about dinosaurs. That show was really cool. I loved that show. I mean, I loved any show with a lot of dinosaurs in it, honestly. It was cool seeing my people, you know? It's cool seeing more dinosaur representation in media. How do I kill this thing? Oh my god, I died! No! Ugh. Can I retread so much work? Damn it, all the way from the beginning of the area. Should play the SNES game Evo, Search for Eden. In the second board, you think you could actually evolve into a dinosaur of your own preference. Third board, first is fish, second is amphibian, third is reptile with optional bird, fourth is mammal. Interesting. So what kind of a game? What was it like? It was a board game on the Super Nintendo? That sounds like a cool premise for a game. Each level had a number of different points on it that were like mini stages. I see. And getting to the end of that and beating the boss would advance you to the next... Oh! Advance you to the next... That's kind of neat. That vaguely reminds me of Spore, premise-wise. Like, it's obviously not even close to being a one-for-one, but, you know, it's the idea of evolving a creature over time. Actually, I think there's a board game I've seen in, like, Barnes & Nobles before, or something like that. That's, like, Evolution the board game, or something like that. The bird section you don't have to get. It's sort of a secret that's only kind of hidden. Drop enough hints to figure it out, but it's not required, so you can remain a reptile. Interesting. Do not like those insects. Do you know if it's been, like, ported onto any virtual consoles or anything? Because I'd love to put that on, like, my, like, Wii U or something. Sounds like a cool game. I'll check it out one of these days. That you could not tell. You've always played it via emulation. Fair enough. I'll look it up later on Wikipedia or something. Wait a minute. I think I missed the secret. Yep. Almost missed it. Almost skipped by it. It was one of the more obscure SNES games, but it had an interesting concept, which never really came back up in that style of game before. Closest we got was Spore, but Spore was not that type of game. Yeah. I don't know why, because they're not alike, but the first thing I thought of when you started describing that game was, I can't remember the name of it. I think I want to say the name of the game is ActRaiser. The one that got remade, like, just last year. The one where you play as, like, a deity, like a creator deity, and you have to, like, one part of the game is, like, traveling through, like, platforming, like, Castlevania-style dungeons to defeat, like, demons and monsters. And then the other half is a city builder. I don't know why, but that's what I thought of when you first started describing the game. I don't know how they got away with that in SNES era, considering, like, I'm pretty sure they just straight up refer to the being you are as being God. And back then in that era, like, parents were, like, super up in arms about anything that even vaguely referenced any real-world religion. Kind of impressed they got away with it. ActRaiser, another great SNES. I've heard great things about it, but I know very few people who know what it is. Because I've never played it, I just know of it. But I know very few people who, like, when I bring it up, they'll know what it is. Well, back then, gaming was not nearly as big an industry. It wasn't a focus, so people complained about other things instead. I mean, that's true, but then, like, there are a ton of other games that, like, back in that same era that got, like, translated or, like, written, like, changed in, like, localization. Like, any references to Japanese culture, you know? I hate these bugs. They're so hard to kill. That's another game I want to get, like an SNES game that's like getting remade. They're remaking Pocky and Rocky. I really want to get that because I never played it back in because I never had an SNES growing up. But like I've always wanted to play that because I know it's like really big on like it's got like a bunch of references to Japanese mythology, and I love that kind of stuff. It wasn't until Mortal Kombat the games really became any kind of controversy, but it was specifically the Sega Genesis version where they were ripping heads off with blood coat. Yeah, I remember like back then, like the way you determine which version you got was like some versions, like some consoles were more censored, their versions were more censored than others, right? Pocky and Rocky was a difficult game to find in the US. Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, did Pocky and Rocky come out in America before the one Mario game where Mario gets the Tanuki suit? I mean, like, how many Americans in the 90s or whenever that was, are gonna know what a Tanuki is? You know what I mean? Like today in the United States even. Like, maybe, like, 10% to 20% of the population might know what a Tanuki is if you say it. Like, if you ask them, hey, what's a Tanuki? Maybe, like, 10 to 20% could give you the answer. But, like, in the early 90s, how many people could really give you the answer to that? Nintendo originally was opposed to having that degree of violence on the console, and even Sega was slow to make it standard, so the blood code was the compromise. I see. Interesting. I don't know, I was never into fighting games. Like, obviously, just through, like, cultural osmosis of being a video game fan, you know, I know plenty about Mortal Kombat's history, but, like, I think I've played Mortal Kombat, like, I've played a single Mortal Kombat game for, like, 20 minutes at most. And that's about it. Like, I don't play fighting games, really. Even when I was a kid, I didn't. The most I'll play is, like, I'll play Smash Bros, which most people don't even agree whether or not it's a fighting game or not, so... Because I guess fighting games tend to fall into the category, like I said earlier, of like, there's not really a story, you kind of just like get good and fight against other people to get good over time, to like compete. And like I said earlier, those types of games just never appealed to me. So like fighting games I wasn't ever really big into them. You've played 1 to 3, but only when they were new. You don't go out of your way for fighters. Ah. I think aside from Smash Bros, if you even count that, the longest I've ever put into a fighting game was I played the Switch remake, the Switch definitive version of the Pokken Tournament, the Wii U game that was a mix of Pokemon and Tekken. I put like maybe 30 to 40 hours into that, and then I got tired of it. Something like that. It might have even been less than that even. I'm just giving like a guess. And I'm being kind of generous. Because like fighting games are fun when you're like playing with friends, right? But like... Again, like, I don't know. Especially in recent times, like, how often are you sitting down next to your friends to play a game anymore? No, I died again! No! Most fighters for years, it wasn't about stories. Soul Calibur was the first fighting game you could think of that tried making lore a thing. Honestly, I don't know if I've even touched a Soul Calibur game before. I might have played it a little bit at like my cousin's house when I was a kid. That's about as much as I can think of. And even then, I'm not even entirely sure on that. I could be misremembering. Oh, you know what? You know what fighting game I did actually play a lot of? When I was a kid, and I had a PS2 as my main console, I got a PS1 game that was called Digimon Rumble Arena. That was like a 2.5D, like a 2.5D fighting game featuring like 16 Digimon as the fighting characters. I played the crap out of that when I was a kid. I think that might be it, though. And even then, I don't think it was because I liked fighting games. It was just like, whoa, I get to play as a Digimon? You know what, you know what I mean? Little Titus was so amused by that fact. So bewildered, even. I can play as Agumon? See, I was a stupid kid. When I was a kid, I was like, oh man, Agumon! But now as an adult, I'm like, oh hell yeah, Angemon! Childhood was like idolizing the Digimon that belonged to the oldest kid of the group. Adulthood is realizing the best Digimon was the one that belonged to the youngest member of the group. That's what adulthood is. I mean, he took a gerbil with wings and turned it into an archangel. If that isn't the coolest shit you've ever heard, I don't know what is. Imagine a 12-year-old Titus yelling, "Let's go!" and calling it based. No. Also, I was way younger than that. I was probably like 9? Like 8 or 9 probably is more accurate. So I was even younger than that. When I was 12, I was like, that was like Wii era, I think. Let me think here. So I was born in... So like 2000... Yeah, no, that checks out, yeah. When I was like 12 or 13, I had a Wii by then. That was Wii era. PS2, I think, was like 2001 or 2 to 2006 or 7. At least in its prime. I know the PS2 went way longer than that. But, like, you know what I mean. In terms of its, like, prime. Honestly, don't even remember how long ago the PS2 was. I think it was, like, the first few years of the 2000s is when it first came out. It was definitely, it launched, like, in the early 2000s, for sure. And I remember everyone wanted a PS2 because it could also be a DVD player. And, like, no other console at the time could be a DVD player. at least as easily. Like, technically, yeah, you could get an expansion for GameCube, but, like, only in Japan. But, like, who was doing that, you know? If everything could stop, like, targeting me, like, auto-locking onto me, that would be great. Thank you for dropping HP, finally. There we go. There are a lot of... Ugh, that was a bad voice crack. I need to learn to better balance my audio. What was I gonna say? There are a lot of games that, like, when I was younger, I remember having and playing. But I, for the life of me, cannot remember the names of them now. Like, I remember when I was really young, my first game console was just this game console my parents got for me, cheap. It was a Dreamcast. And keep in mind, I didn't know what a video, like, this was my first ever video game console. Like, outside of a Game Boy, I didn't know what video games even really looked like. So, I didn't know what kind of games I liked or anything, so they kind of just got me whatever, you know, how parents do. And there was, like, a mix of, like, really solid stuff, like Sonic the Hedgehog and Echo the Dolphin. And then they also got me some, like, like, Crazy Taxi. And they also got me some, like, junk. Like, you know, licensed games. And not the good kinds. But I distinctly remember there was this one game that was on the Dreamcast that was, like, a Sega... I think it was, like, a fighting game? And, like, Mega Man was one of the playable characters in it. I think it was Mega Man X, specifically. Like, at the time, I didn't know it was Mega Man X, but, like, as an adult, I know. I'm pretty sure the Mega Man in that game was Mega Man X. And, like, I think it was a 3D fighter? I honestly, I cannot remember. I'm sure if I ever saw, like, screenshots of it, like, I would know. Like, instantly, you know what I mean? But, like, for the life of me, I cannot remember what the name of that game was. I mean, that was so long ago. That has to be, like, almost 15 years ago. If not 15 years ago. X was basically a spin-off series of Mega Man, same type of game. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying, is, like, as a kid, I didn't know that. You know, I was just like, oh, Mega Man is Mega Man. Why do these two Mega Men look different? I don't know, because I'm, like, 6 or 7, and I don't know things. But, like, I think, looking back as an adult, from, like, what I can vaguely see in my mind's eye, in the fuzzy mind's eye of mine of that game, I think it was Mega Man X. I think. Hate those insects. X had a more customizable Mega Man and a deeper lore. That's true. I've actually, the last few years, been slowly making my way through Mega Man X franchise, because I got the collection on Switch. I am not fighting that thing. Forget that. Nope, skipping past. I need to find a save point. If anyone could drop some HP, that would be great. There's some HP! That's what I'm talking about. Honestly, the Mega Man games I have the most interest in, despite never playing them, is the Battle Network games. Because I know those are like more like an RPG. And I am an RPG kind of guy, so... Another one of these. I am running dangerously low on HP. Nope, not fighting you. Back off! Oh, it won't die! Thank you for at least dropping some HP. Oh, come on! Alright, get the ore and get the hell out of there. I am not fighting that thing. Please give me a save point. No save point. Well, you know what they say, when in doubt, fight long range. No HP. What is that? Oh god, it hit me. Is that like a squirrel knight? The hell is that? Any HP, please? Nope, I'm not fighting you up close. Come on, give me a save point. Oh, this is rough. And I missed a few areas back there, too. I can't go back and risk dying, though, until I find a save point. There we go. No HP. Of course, there's an enemy right there. I'm not even gonna bother trying to fight you. Oh god! That was a BM move, dog. There we go. Come on! At least I got some HP out of it. Órale. Nope, nope, getting out of there. Órale. More health! There's like some like secrets over here that I'm missing clearly. How do I get to that? Huh. Get out of here! Okay, there's one treasure chest. More ore. More ore is good. Oh, that's how I get to it. I see, I see. Neat. Alright, please let there be a save point. And there's no save point. Where are all the save points? There's one. Midpoint? This is only the midpoint? Orale. Alright, now that we have a save point established, we're gonna go back and look at some of the other areas more thoroughly. I want to make sure I don't miss out on any secrets that I can get. So remember a while back there was a fork in the road. And I didn't go look at it. Oh, level up too. Good. I want to go look at that fork in the road. The key to get rid of those guys, you have to jump on top of them to stun them. And then beat the crap out of them before they can even do anything. Okay. Nice try. Again, nice try. There we go. Nothing there. There we go. That feels satisfying. When you're able to just bum rush your way through enemies without worrying about your HP, that feels good. That feels real good. Stun it, come on. Oh! Wait a minute, there might be a way to defeat this guy. Hey, I got him finally. Good. Okay, let's see what the heck is over here. More Ravelor. This place is really slippery. Oh god. Ah! I gotta do that again. No. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Go. Level up. Okay. There we go. And look at that, we're still at full health somehow. We won't be for very long, probably, now that I've said that, but... Okay, I think we're getting close. Yeah, okay, we're getting closer to where I was. Good. Okay. I think one more screen to the right. Or maybe, no, maybe I'm... No, I don't think this is the right room. Just go down! Thank you. Alright, let's just get that treasure and get the hell out. Let's get the hell out of here. Okay, wait a minute. I just remembered something. I can use this. Oh, I'm so dumb. I can use this as shit to get to teleport spots. I'm so dumb. Let's use that to go back to Redmont. I think we can fulfill the Picard request from that little kid. Let's see.
Mr. Adult, are those really berm leaves?
Oh, okay. Yep, we got
Can I
enough.
have 'em? Please! I can
Yeah,
use 'em
kid.
to save my Pickards. Really? Yay! Thanks, Mr. Adult.
No problem, kid.
I don't think you have enough here, though. I'm not sure how many we'll need to save them all, but it's more than this.
Bruh. Okay, I guess I have to go find more. Well, might as well see if we can afford a new upgrade while we're here.
Welcome. That's the one you want? Thank you. Don't be a
Alright,
stranger.
nice.
What do you got for me? This the one? Good to go. This the one? Good to go.
And now it's max level. Nice.
Come again.
How much is...
Welcome.
1800 for the next most expensive thing.
Don't be a stranger.
We'll come back when we have 1800. At least we got a new sword. Alright, midpoint. Let me just check something real quick. Okay. I hate that the music turns off when I click off the window. I wish I could fix that, but I do not know how for the life of me. Okay, no music. This is weird.
I've been waiting for you.
Are we gonna have to fight this guy again? How many times I gotta teach you this lesson, old man?
I never thought you'd return from that hell. What's more, you've communed with the spirit of Genos himself. I
Yeah.
can no longer allow you to live.
Nothing personnel about it, right?
Ergo, you shall die in the embrace of the Furies.
Uh-huh. Oh my god! Legati, the 3 flying succubi? I thought they were harpies. Or furies. Not succubi. Make up your mind, they're different. Fire doesn't seem to affect them. Oh, but it affects the red one, weirdly. Harpubis. Harpubis. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. Alright, I should aim for the red one first. Alright, having 3 enemies to deal with at once is kind of annoying, not gonna lie. I feel like if this was one-on-one, this wouldn't be too bad, but with 3 of them? This is kind of rough. Oh, one of them's dead! Okay, the green one still doesn't take damage from fire. The blue one also doesn't... Oh god, am I gonna have to take them out? Like, sword with my sword? That's gonna be rough. I'm gonna have to just, like, dodge and taupe to take pot shots. Oh god! This is rough. Okay, one down. Okay. Oh!
Wow, he went down quick.
I think I get it, though. I have to be way more careful about avoiding getting hit. It's just hard when you start because there's so many of them.
Here we go.
Okay. Go back into your triangle position. Yeah, good. Good. Okay, one down. That's already better. I need to target them one at a time. Because the more of them there are, the harder they are to kill. So now we're targeting the blue one. Alright, blue one's down. Now we just need to get the green one. Do I have a feeling that's gonna be easier said than done? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Alright, blue one's done. I think I want to get the green one next. Because if the red one I can hit with my fire, that means I can hit it from far away. So when it goes into its final form or whatever, I have a better chance of killing it. At least theoretically. Oh god. Ah! This is gonna be kind of rough. Alright, just the red one left. Oh no! No. Okay. That it definitely is the right game plan though. Like, I definitely have the right idea in mind, I think. Dang it.
Wow, he went down quick.
All right, one down already. Ah!
He went down quick.
I swear these attacks have an auto lock on them. Like, this is ridiculous.
Here we go. Wow, he went down quick.
Ah.
Wow, he went down quick.
Come on. Like, you guys saw that, right? Like, that just homed in on me, man. Like, there was no way I could dodge that. Okay. Okay, I'm close. I'm close. I just gotta stay alive. No! I was one shot! One single shot! Look at that! Did you see that? Like, how was I supposed to dodge? Okay.
Wow, he went down quick.
AFKing hardcore to go get food, be back in like 30 years. So, alright. You take care. I am so close! Ah, finally! Oh, we're good, finally.
Impossible. How can you command such power?
The power of resetting.
Perhaps. No. It can't be.
Whew! Alright, we're going back to save, first of all, because I don't want to have to do that again. That's better. Okay. Felt good. It always feels good beating a boss. It always feels good. Ease really makes you work for those wins against bosses, but when you win, man, you feel like you earned it. House. What else is around here before I go into the house? Nothing, it looks like. Okay.
Fiery red hair, clear black eyes.
I'm assuming this is Dogi's teacher.
They're just as he described, Adol. My name is Burhart.
Yep.
I suppose you could call me a hermit, though I'd prefer you not. Since
No
arriving
problem.
at my cabin, Dogi's done nothing but speak of his journeys with you. I assume you've come to see him.
Yep.
Adol explained the circumstances of his visit and inquired about the legend of Genos. I see. Dogi expressed similar concerns, though it seems things are much more urgent than I'd assumed.
Drop that lore, old man.
Very well. I'll tell you everything I know about the legend. You've heard some of the story from Mayor Edgar, of course, and I can verify that everything he told you is true. I'm quite familiar with the rest as well, and indeed, all of it is entirely factual. Ages ago, a demonic creature called Galbalan drifted ashore in Felghana and assumed control of the entire land.
Wait, drifted? So, like, it's just chilling out in the ocean, like, letting the waves take him wherever? And it just happened to land here? Like, that's kind of the way you're saying it, man.
And yes, eventually a warrior named Genos did indeed defeat the creature. Things are never quite that simple, however. The story continues. After he defeated Galbalan, Genos used the power of 4 statues, known as the Holy Treasures, to seal him away. In essence, since a being of that caliber cannot be destroyed so easily, Galbalan was shackled, imprisoned. Genos later hid the statues in the most inaccessible, inhospitable places he could find, far from human hands.
Uh-huh.
To ensure that the power sealed within could never be released, he appointed his descendants to watch over them. It would seem the statues you found are indeed those same holy treasures, and for some reason, the vile power they're meant to contain is leaking out into the countryside. I believe that's the reason for the monster attacks over the last year. Perhaps it's all part of Count Maguire's evil scheme. Whatever that may be, he's probably deluded himself into thinking he can use the statue's power to make the monsters do his bidding.
That sounds about right.
From what you and Dogi have told me, it seems highly likely that one of the statues is here in the Elder Mountains. Dogi went deeper into the caves in search of it, hoping to get his hands on it before Maguire does. If you intend to go after him, and undoubtedly you do, I'd suggest you hurry, as I'm sure the chase is afoot.
Thanks, old man. Alright, we gotta go save Dogi from the 4th temple. Okay. Let's go after Dogi. More of these. Oh god, a big one. Actually, that's not it. That's like a flower? Well, it's gone now. Get out of here. Okay. You know, okay. This is kind of random, but hot take. I'm not a huge fan of, like how media tries to take, like, tropes that have been, like, long-standing, and they purposely try and twist them to sound like they're, like, super subversive and smart. Like, I don't know, like, the whole, like, I feel like people, I don't know, I guess an easier way of trying to say it is, I just don't like people who try and be, like, super edgy or bitter with their tropes. Like, they take really simple, lighthearted tropes and then they make them kind of edgy and dark. I think it's kind of lame. I was just thinking about how, like, East is pretty standard as far as, like, you know, legendary hero, you know, defeats the evil at the end of the day, you know. That kind of a thing. I don't know, I feel like it's too tempting for people now to just, like, take that and be like, okay, but what if the hero is, like, an asshole? Or, like, what if the bad guy was the good guy the whole time? Or, like, you know, stuff like that. Like if everything was dark and corrupt and edgy and everything was... the good guy is actually the bad guy? Like, that kind of a thing. I don't know, I'm just kind of sick of seeing that trope. It's like you're not, like, smart or subversive for doing it. You're the equivalent of, like, a comedy sketch from, like, 2006 YouTube. That's how I feel about it anyway. I mean, obviously people can like what they like, and I'm not saying being subversive can't work. I'm just saying people view it as like an easy, like, guys, I'm so smart. What if this? And it's like the most, like, milkworm, like, thing that's been done a million times over, like, thing ever. And not in a good way. Huh. How do I get that? Oh, okay, I found another one of those leaves. Good. Is there anyone who likes bug enemies in video games? Like, I feel like most people are grossed out by them, right? Or am I the weird one? It's because, like, I'm trying to think of it, and, like, the only game I can think of off the top of my head that's, like, makes me like a bug is, like, Pokemon. And that's because they're not even technically your enemies. That's how I get it. Alright, nice. Alright. Let's go find Dogi. There we go. Hey, level up. Did I miss anything up here? No, I didn't. Okay. What is that? Oh, I hate that. I have to unexist you now. It's so hard to get a hold, to land a hit. Finally! Defeated is the monster. Okay. There we go. Those rock things are really annoying. Two different ways. Let's try right first. I don't like those rock enemies. They're a pain in the butt to deal with. Oh, it's Doggy!
What are you doing here?
Saving your butt?
Doggy, all about the events that have led him to the Elder Mountains.
Man, you've been busy. The Master filled me in on a few things too. I definitely think we need to get all the statues before McGuire does.
Well, we have 3, so...
But, as you can see, we seem to have reached an impasse. Like a big-ass gorge kind of impasse.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
I've searched everywhere else, so I figure Eldrim's statue must be somewhere on the other side. But, wouldn't you know it, you'd have to be able to fly to get over there. There's gotta be a way.
Let's try looking the other way in the meanwhile. There we go. Oh god, that's a lot of them. Move, move, move! Oh, come on. Literally any other enemy type but these things. No, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, move, 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 move! No, no! Oh my god, I have to start all the way back here? That is... This game, man. This game does not care about you or your feelings. It will gladly give you a save point once every hour, and then if you don't make it, tough luck. Do it again. Alright, let's go in and do the cutscene again. Yeah.
Fiery. Just my name is since arriving at.
Yep.
Adol explained. I see.
Very interesting.
You've heard some of. I'm
Yeah.
quite ages ago.
Yeah.
And yet,
Go on.
things are after he. In
Yeah,
essence,
that's
Genos
crazy,
was doing
dude.
sure.
Wow.
It would seem, and for some, I believe.
Yeah.
Perhaps he's probably. From what you would
Yeah.
tell you, if you intend.
Okay, thanks. Okay. So did you guys... Anybody, as of the time of watching this, did anybody see the new HoloLive Fest? Third gen Fest? The third annual, rather. I saw a little bit of it. What I saw, it was fun. And you know, EN Gen 1 and ID Gen 1 finally got to debut in 3D, and I think that's awesome. Good for them. I think my favorite performance that I saw was probably Muna's. That one was I saw a few clips of it online. That was pretty good. I am running dangerously low on HP right now. Alright, cool. Okay. I'm just so tired. Once more with feeling. I hate those things so much. You know what I really hate though? Are those stinking rock things. I hate them. Hate them with all the hate in my body. And we listen to this again.
Fiery. My
If
name
you
is
can hear a
Prince
clicking,
Ryder.
that's me rapidly
I've
tapping the
demonstrated-
accept button. What? I opened up Windows on accident.
Very well.
Come on now.
You've heard some.
Yes,
I'm quite-
I've heard it twice.
Pages
Please,
and
let's...
yet,
I
things
wish there was a
after
skip
he did.
button.
In essence, Genos lit to ensure it would seem, and I believe, perhaps he's probably from what Dogi went. If you intend,
Yeah, thanks. Okay, once more. Okay. You know what? I repeat what I would like to further enforce what I said earlier. Bug insects in games are the worst. Right now, the only thing I hate more than those bugs are those stupid rock enemies. There we go. Please cease to exist. And there should be one more down here. Yep. Charge it up. There we go. That's better. Okay. Good, finally. Another one? Level up, thank God. Okay. Phew. Good. Okay, good. That one's gone too. Okay. Just ignore all the enemies. What the hell was that? I don't know what that thing is. I don't care. I'm just moving past it. Come on, let me get out. Let me get out. Oh, thank God. Okay. So that was nothing, and that kind of pisses me off. But you know, whatever. It's whatever. Who cares? Not me. I don't care. I don't know. What are you talking about? I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I was hoping it would drop health, and it did not. That is incredibly unfortunate. Yeah, that's more like it. There's some HP. Hey, Burke. Finally done lurking and finally done smashing french fries into your dog's face. Cute. Welcome back. You guys just showed up in time to see me finally succeed after having to replay the same like 20 minutes of game 3 times. This game is not forgiving when you die. It is not forgiving.
Man, you've been busy. The master filled me in on a few things too. I definitely think we need to get all the statues before McGuire does. But, as you can see, we seem to have reached an impasse.
I could probably jump across that.
I've searched everywhere else, so but wouldn't.
Hey Burke, I know you said today is your birthday. Are you gonna do some kind of like event for your birthday? Like on stream or anything?
Only problem is, they don't help me in the slightest. I can't can't possibly join you. Guess you'll have to go it alone from here.
Same as always.
Oh, but before you do, there's something I meant to give you. Here, catch.
Bro, you couldn't have given it to me when I was next to you? Press the magic key while the Terra bracelet is equipped. Body slams you into your target at impossible speeds. Makes Adol's body data? What? Oh, it's because I was reading Burke's comment. Impervious to damage during use. You can break through certain walls. Keep an eye out for cracks or other structural flaws. Interesting. You're gonna attempt to do Dead Rising in one shot because the save data doesn't work. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. Oh wait, you mean you're going to because it does? Okay, I thought you meant you were trying to, and then like the data corrupted on you. That would have been a big feels bad.
I noticed it looked like the other two bracelets you were using, so I figured I'd hold on to it for you. All right, show stealer, I won't hold you up any longer. I can tell you're rearing to go. Good luck, man. I'll be waiting right here for you. Bored, stupid. So make sure you hurry back, okay?
Thanks, Dogi. Dogi is based as hell. Let's try out that new item. Anyway, while you guys were AFK, I was saying this, but I want your guys' opinion. What do you guys think is, like, the most annoying type of enemy in a video game? Like, I was saying I think bug-like enemies tend to be, like, the most annoying. Either bugs or fish. Those two end up always being the, like, most annoying to deal with in games. Anything that slows you down, agree. Self-reproducing slimes, that's a good one. But slimes usually aren't too tough, though. Ooh, secret areas. Or enemies that run. Ooh. What do you feel about, like, enemies that are, like, they run away, but it's because they, like, drop something really good? Like, you know, in, like, RPGs, how they'll have, like, the enemies, it's like, if you can kill this enemy, it'll drop, like, 10,000 gold, but you have to kill it first, and it, like, runs away. You know, like, how do you feel about enemies like that? Or still same principle for you? The rushdown enemies are okay? Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I feel like they're slightly different. Level up! It's just the logic of it, because in most games they reproduce into same size full health slimes, but it's like, if a slime's split in half, it should be half its size, and I think it's like more of a mitochondrial, like a cellular thing, you know, like because it's reproducing in half, like The logic is it should be more, they should be the same size because it's literally creating another copy of itself, I think is the logic. But like enemies that you have to track down that frequently run away, my god, I will throw. Oh, okay. So like stuff like a very common example of that is like in a lot of Pokemon games, there'll be like one or two like legendary Pokemon who like they'll run away from you and you just have to hope you run into them in the wild and then they'll immediately run from you if you don't trap them somehow. Yeah, no, I agree with you. That stuff like that is annoying. Looking at you, Samus returns. True. Also, rare spawns in Persona 3 and 4 where you can barely hurt at all and will run away sometimes on the first turn no matter what you do, killing the opportunity. Well, yeah, I think those are more like the beatdown enemy. Like, you're supposed to, like, those are the ones that, like, give you really high rewards. But you have to be able to, like, beat them in a, you have to be fast enough and strong enough to take them down in, like, a certain, like, before they run away. Because the yield, if you manage to pull it off, is so high. Like, that makes sense to me. But just having an enemy that runs away and you have to chase on a fetch quest for no reason, that I find annoying. Oh, I see. I have to use this to... Uh-oh. No! Nope, nope. We're getting out of here. Wait, this is a new area? Yo, what's up, Andy? How you doing, my mans? Acquired stone shoes! Finally! I think this means... Yeah, I can finally walk normal on ice, thank God. Doing very well. Good! Andy, we were just talking about what is your least favorite type of enemy to fight in games. And I argued that that enemies based on bugs, I don't know why, they tend to be like the most annoying. You know the answer? What is it, in your opinion? Low health enemies that run at you and explode. Ah, I see. That... Okay, so that actually reminds me, when years and years ago, I think it was before I was even in college. There's this famous ROM hack of like the Game Boy era Pokemon games that 4chan made. Don't ever play it because it's very offensive on purpose and it's very edgy. But there was one Pokemon in that game that was I can't remember what they called it, but it was literally just a fusion of Graveler, Golbat, and Tentacruel all at the same time. And its whole deal was that it outspeeds everything, and it automatically uses explosion and self-destruct the instant you go into battle with it. So it was literally just made to annoy people. That's what that reminds me of. I don't remember what its name was, but I'm almost certain it was probably something very offensive. Which, I mean, it was a mod, it was a ROM hack by 4chan, so does that really surprise you? Suicide Bombers, Dead Space 2, Baby Bombs, you name it. Aren't hard to kill. Easy to hit, but they spawn so many. Yeah, no, those types of enemies are rough. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, ridiculous Pokemon in that game. Like, there are some of them that are, like, genuinely just, like, good. Like, there's one that's just, like, a snowy owl that I really like. It's just an owl, like a snowy owl with that's an ice type. That's cool. But most of them were, like, really, like, offensive. Like, I give some examples, but honestly, I don't want to because I'm afraid I'll get in trouble for it, so... I hate... That's another type of enemy. Enemies like this giant bug, the ones that just spawn tons of smaller versions of it. Hate those. Gotta be one of my least favorite enemy types. There we go, it's gone. There we go, finally. Whew! Like the ones that just introduce unique worlds and maps, but once you add in Fakemon, you just get bored. Yeah, that's understandable. Making new Pokemon can be hard. Like making good ones. Anyway. Oh god, no, not again! Oh. Oh. They purposely designed this part of the game to be annoying, I bet you. No one likes ice levels in games. Everyone knows they're awful. We as a society have moved beyond the need for ice levels in video games. Like, genuinely, I will take an underwater level over an ice level any day of the week. Ice levels are Kino? The controls are always slippery as hell, man. Shut your mouth. You know what? I'm gonna let Automod keep that one. I'm gonna let Automod keep that one. I like it said shut your mouth. I like how shut your mouth is auto-bannable, auto-moddable. That's hilarious to me. Good. Need to get you into Battletoads. I've heard the horror stories about Battletoads. No! Haha, you bad then. Shut your mouth! Boy, I will beat and brand you at the same time. I don't know what, when I was a kid, I saw this one comedian. And, like, he had this one joke about like, that always stuck with me. And it's that exact line, the, I will beat and brand you at the same time. It's like his whole thing was he would make fun of a lot of, like, Southern stereotypes for whatever reason. And so one of his, like, lines that I always remember was, boy, I will beat and brand you at the same time. And I don't know why, but that one always stuck with me. Getting spicy. I'm not getting spicy. For some reason equals because it's so easy. You know what I really need? I need my overlay to get done. I need to clean up my screen, because like my screen it's just like it looks like a little wild right now, you know what I'm saying? Overlay, what's that? I don't know her, Andy said. Okay, so that's what's over there. Oh, this just leads back. I'm so dumb. Oh god, this is like really... I don't like this one bit, Sam I am. No, the gold! Some of the gold fell! Don't fall. Yeah, no problem, bro. You have a starting soon screen and that's it. That's another thing I need. I need, like, one of those screens for, like, when I have to get up to, like, do something. Like, one of those, like, stay tuned, like, kind of things, you know what I mean? I need one of the, like, please wait kind of screens. I need one of those. Because, I mean, surely that must be weird, right? When somebody comes into a stream and you're just, like, and, like, it's silence and no one is moving on screen. Because you had to, like, go to the bathroom or something. This thing is put in the most annoying place it could possibly be. Oh my god, die! Finally. Stay dead. Don't come back. No one loves you. I'm talking to the bugs, by the way, just to be clear on that. Is there anyone out there? You know what? I shouldn't say that, because now that I say that, like, of course there are people out there who like bugs. And I don't mean, like, bug VTubers. I mean, like, bugs. Titus doesn't love us. Listen. It's not true. Your mother and I are just going, we're just, you know, we're having some difficult times, you know? You know, you'll understand when you're an adult. You'll understand when you've grown past the young age of 22. Going from 3 viewers to negative 12 viewers after that. Bro, I think I would genuinely, I think I would genuinely, like, cry. Like, if, like, tomorrow, like, half my the followers I have on Twitch, they just, like, stopped, and, like, all my, and all my regulars just stopped showing up altogether, I think I'd just, like, curl up in a ball and cry for a few hours. Why would you even ask the question when you know the answer is yes? I still have to give you the chance to answer. Oh god, I have really low health. That is not health. No, I died! No! Oh. This game is so unforgiving, man. This game, it does not care about your feelings, man. Titus's kill? Yeah, seriously. People are obsessed with everything, bugs included. If it exists, someone's hobby is collecting it. Yeah, I guess that's true. Added you to my auto host list, but for some reason my auto host just simply does not want to work anymore. It died some time back and won't auto host anyone at all. I haven't even like figured out how to do my auto hosting thing. Oh yeah, Andy, you were streaming earlier, right? How did it go for you? How was your stream today? Dun -dun -dun, da -da 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 -da, da -da -da -da. Oh god. Fine. You know what? Pretty good. Not a big stream, but spent the whole time chatting with some viewers. That's good. There is nothing worse than, like, silence in a stream, you know what I mean? And I'm guilty of that. I have trouble with keeping, you know, talking by myself a lot. And another VTuber showed up. Oh, nice. That VTuber's name, Korone Inugami. Boom. Andy is going places. He's gonna be invited to Hololive. He's gonna abandon the rest of us. Have trouble with nobody talking to. Yeah, it's rough, man. It's rough. Which is ironic, because as an actor, you would really think I'd be better at, like, improv, but... like, solo improv, but I'm not. I work better with a partner to bounce off of. I'm so bad when it, like, comes to solo stuff. That's why, like, I don't like doing monologues. Which, like, for when you have to audition, you always have to read monologues. I hate doing I hate auditioning because then you have to do monologues and I'm awful at them. Dude, solo improv is hard. Monologues are fine. Monologues are slightly better than improv, but they're still rough. Because, like, you don't have the, like, whole, like, acting off of another person and, like, bouncing their energy back at them kind of a deal, you know? It's pretty hard. Just need strong script analysis skills. Yeah, that's true. I'm terrible at picking out scripts, too. That's something I gotta work on. Especially because, like, fairly soon I'm gonna be starting to audition for more stuff. In fields I will not discuss further, because they're secret. But yeah, it's something I gotta work on for sure. Been lucky since a popular Tumblr, which is an oxymoron. True. Linked to one of my VTuber clips, VTuber YouTube clips, so you've got an influx of viewers. Oh, that's awesome, dude! So what, you have more viewers now, like on average on your streams? That's great. Titus, you have several book, over 500 different monologue. Yeah, I need to get myself one of those. Because, like, when I was in college, I would just, like, borrow my professors to look at. I never got one of my own. I really should get one of those, like, books of monologues. I really should. I have no good reason not to. Can't tell on Twitch, but definitely on your YouTube channel where you upload clips. Talked about an infamous DeviantArt lolcow and it got linked on a pretty big Tumblr. Oh, the Dobson. I think I saw that on my feed from you. That's the dude who, like, he's got the blue bear and, like, and he likes to defend women who don't need defending. He's that guy, right? Thank you for restoring my HP. He pretended to be a teenage lesbian when he oh, that is... Oh my gosh. He told Zelda Williams to calm her when she was reacting to her dad, Robin. What a jackass. What the hell? I did not know this. What a jackass. You'd love it if you could go back to being a teenage lesbian. True. I had no idea. That's scummy, man. That's scummy. Dobson lore is deep. I'm sure if I tried, I could find some kind of, like, 4chan thread on it or something. But I don't want to go back there. You can't make me. But we set him on fire, shall we embark? That wasn't a typo. That was Amazon slowly taking over your brain via Twitch. Soon the only word you remember is Amazon. I'm sure Amazon would love it if that were true. Drew strawman webcomics and acted hostile to anyone who approached him, and a big ego, pretty big. All he did was make a webcomic, bro. Was he even, like, all that famous, even? Is an entire Tumblr, dude. Recommend it. Hypocrisy of Andrew Dobson. Maybe I'll check it out one of these days. There's so much you don't know about it. Listen, I can't afford to go on like a Chris Chan level like deep dive on an internet personality. You know, I can't afford to do. I will lose so much time. Maybe if like down the rabbit hole or like internet historian makes like, or like Emplemon, you know, one of those those YouTubers who make like those deep dive videos on topics like that. Maybe if they make a video condensing it, maybe I'll watch that, but... He was infamous in the art world. Everyone hated him. Happened in is last week. Some poor dummy on Twitter tried to use one of his political comics unironically, and everyone ripped him apart in the comments. So Dobson is back in the public consciousness. Oh gosh, that poor person. I wouldn't like wish being mocked on the internet on like anyone, you know, like that's rough. Learned you never knew how lucky you were in terms of your emote artist, as it seems the whole damn art world is just shifty. It's true. It's true. There are a lot of really really weird people in the art world. I died again? What? How? Oh. Alright, forget the enemies. We're just getting the treasure chests and moving on. In college, he had a roommate who was Asian, who eventually became a Disney animator. Hey, based! Good for them! Well, Dobson didn't. Dobson still hates this. Still thinks he deserves being a professional animator, and to this day, people suspect this is where he gained a hatred of all things Japanese. What? What's he got against Japanese things? Wait, I thought his whole thing was that he was like a big, like, obsessive Nintendo fanboy. Does he not realize Nintendo is Japanese? To hate the Japanese, you'd have to be a pretty sad person. I mean, they're the most inoffensive culture, particularly to Americans, to the extent where even their military is solely for self-defense purposes. Dobson crushed on a girl in high school who may or may not have been blonde, and that girl dated probably a jock bro dude who also may or may not have been blonde, and to this day, Dobson uses blonde people as a metaphor for evil bro dude airheads. What year is this? We are in the year 2022. What is this man doing? Never forget what they did in World War II. Whoa, bro, that was a long time ago. Gee, how long ago was that now? Like, 80 years ago was World War II? Now that I think about it, that's a long time ago. Said Titus, the most obvious thing ever. Said obvious statement. Guys, I have a bachelor's degree in theater, alright? Don't make fun of me, please. Don't make fun of me, please. Don't make fun of me, please. Stop spawning enemies! Oh god, I'm gonna die again, aren't I? What? I was like not even on the same level as that thing! I will read these in just a second. I have to get somewhere safe first. I have 4 HP. I am going to die. Oh, thank God I have 25 HP. Okay, let me see what you guys said. Dobson still thinks the DIC cartoons of Mario and Zelda are both canon and hates any attempt by Nintendo to do anything to diverge from that. Hates how Link isn't the same as he was back in that cartoon. What? Have a theater degree in dramaturgy and lighting. That's based. Whoops. Dobson also hates action games and FPS games because they remind him of bro dudes. He also hates Metroid Prime and says the Metroid Other M is the Based Burke, being chill. Dobson once went in to a convention where a girl in a Power Girl cosplay was posing with her boyfriend with a camera. Dobson watched this from across the room, got angry, and wrote a Straw Man comic where he portrayed the guy as an abusive stalker, where Dobson beat. I've seen. That's the one I was talking about. I've seen that one. Turns out a torpedo does a real. Is that this? Yeah, that's that guy. Other M was not the best Metroid game. My favorite Metroid game is Metroid Dread. I mean, you could say that's recency bias, but you know. Even outside of that, it's definitely not a Metroid M, I can tell you that much. Even as someone who's not like a massive like Metroid fan, I can tell you for a fact it is not Metroid Other M. Come on, you I hate that stupid rock enemy. I hate it with every fiber of my being. With every ounce of my soul I was given at birth. I truly detest it. Too many to list. He has an expansive resume. Me and Burke both love Prime. I still haven't played any of the Prime games. I need to. Other M should only be played when the alternative is death. Love how Other M is the only Metroid game you can still find at retro game stores. Yeah. I found Fusion and what's it called? I actually find Fusion, Metroid 2, both versions, and Zero Mission in retro stores fairly frequently. Fusion is your favorite speedrun? I love Fusion. Honestly, stopped at Super Metroid due to a lack of consoles. You had Prime 1, but the Wii hurt too much for you, so you didn't count it. Fair enough. Yo, what's up, Confused Biscuit? We're just making fun of niche, barely micro internet celebrities. Party! Okay. Okay. No, I hate you, Rock. I hate that rock enemy so much. They exist to be ridiculed. It's true. Don't believe there is honestly such a thing as an internet celebrity. No, there definitely is. If you make a big enough name for yourself and it's through the internet, that's an internet celebrity. An internet celebrity is basically like a C or D list, celebrity from like film or TV. Like, people like will notice, like, not everyone will notice you just by walking on the street, but enough people will notice you that you could count yourself famous. Or at least not like a normal person. Normal in the sense of like, you know what I mean. Not like they're better than everyone else, you know what I mean. Okay, this room is like a maze, man. I have to be really careful going through this. And I messed up. You're a giraffe? Based. I'm a dinosaur. Great, now I gotta take this thing out again. Nope, stop. I hate these bubble blowing enemies. No, stop, get out of my way. Good, health, okay. Okay, when in doubt, just blast the shit out of everything. Oh, God! These bubble enemies have such a high reach. And there's so freaking many of them. Oh, come on! Did you see that? That was some BS. At least drop some health. You didn't drop any health. Okay, that's really nice. Thank you. I'm not angry, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. Gen Z TikTok making fun of a clout. Why did... So will they get famous so you can just do bigfollows.com? TikTok was a mistake. I'll have you know I'm actually a niche micro internet celebrity ball. What's that one meme that's been going around? Babe, you come to bed. You're not a niche micro internet celebrity. You're just come to bed, and it's just like my viewers need me with like a view count of like 0. That's me. That's me on the reg. Yes, Mr. Dino, we saw that. Truly cursed. And I hate those. The enemies in this area have been awful. Just horrendous the whole way up. Hey, some HP. Nope, get away. Okay, good. I don't know what that thing is, but it's probably bad. Oh god, another one? Woo! Okay. Titus, we're depending on you to become famous actor so we can ride your coattails to start. I wish, man. You say that as if I ever reached any modicum of fame, I wouldn't be the type of guy who'd be like, here's like 5 tickets for all my homies. You know what I mean? That's what I never understood about, like, when people get famous and they let it get to their head and then, like, they, like, lose all their friends and family. I'm like, what's the point of having all that money if you got no one to hang out with? Like, honestly? It's called The Parasite Approach. Oh, I love that movie. Parasite was a great movie. I feel like outside of other people working in the industry, if I ever got famous, the only people I would probably, like, be really open to being friends with and hanging out with are people who I was already friends with and hanging out with before I got famous. Because then, like, how would you know who wants to actually be your friend? You know what I mean? You know, people say rich people or famous people don't have problems. I disagree. Like, I mean, they have different kinds of problems, but, like, how awful would it be if you genuinely could never know if someone would actually love you for you? You know what I mean? Like, how would you know if you had to go to bed every night knowing your, like, wife or husband or spouse just, they might not actually love you, they just wanted your money? Like, I wouldn't be able to sleep. I would be so distraught. It's called a curse in World of Horror. What if the treasures are inside our friends? And some sexy pop star would walk up and be all like, I hear a lot about dinosaur bones. Care to show me one? And then you wouldn't hear from you. No, honestly, not really. I'm not really into that kind of, you know, like, that whole lifestyle of, like, you know, flings and stuff like that. I don't really do that. My love life is very, like, I've only had, like, I would only consider them actual, like, real, like, only, like, 2 girlfriends in my entire life. And I've not been on, like, a ton of dates or anything. So I'm not really the type who would really do that, I don't think. If anything, I'd be like, that's great and all, but, like, let's like, go get dinner instead. Like, that sounds like a dinner and a movie instead. That sounds cooler. Maybe I'm just freaking weird, I don't know. There we go. What's down here? This is just where I was. That is incredibly... Oh, okay, I know what I have to do now. Guys, I know what I have to do now. And also level up. Nice. Chat, I know what I'm gonna do today. Any of you guys watch Phineas and Ferb? I loved that show. I thought it was great. Phineas and Ferb, in my opinion, was like the closest thing Disney Channel ever got to SpongeBob in terms of quality. Like, in like similar like vibe. It's like the closest they ever got. Perry the Platypus was rad. I agree. How do I get there? Oh, there's like a doorway. Maybe there's like a way to get up there, like a different... I don't know. I don't think I can get it from where I'm at. I think I still have from like when I was much younger, like in high school, somebody gave me like a present that was like a Perry the Platypus doll. Like a stuffed animal, like a Perry. Not with his little hat, just like the platypus itself. You know that, are there any platypus VTubers? There should be, if there isn't already. We need more platypus VTubers. Basically, I'm saying, HoloLive, I want you to make a platypus VTuber. Make it happen, HoloLive. Yago, please. If somehow, some way you're watching me, please make a platypus VTuber for Gen 6 of Japan, and or Gen 3 of ID, and or Gen 3 of English. Please. Don't think so, at least Google doesn't have any results. I mean, I looked at Google and thought there weren't any dinosaur VTubers, and then, I actually became a VTuber, and I was like, oh wow, there are a lot of other dinosaurs. I thought I was the only one, but here we are. That's how I get to it. Do the dinosaur. What? Okay, cool. I was scared that would soft lock me or something. Wiggle arms and big head and little arm. I'm not a Tyrannosaurus or whatever. I don't have that problem. I'm only like 5'7", 5'8". Around there. I don't have the issue of having too big a head and little arms. Truly cursed. No, my proportions are more similar to like a velociraptor or like any kind of raptor, really. Because I have a lot of I have a lot of Tyrannosaurus blood in me. But like, but my appearance and proportions are more like raptor. That's why I feel bad when I go into like, when people ask me like, oh, what kind of dinosaur are you? I'm a Tyrannosaurus, or I'm whatever. And I'm just like, I'm a mutt. I'm kind of got a little bit of everything. Tiny people in here. Curses and you fell. Oh, okay. Bro, how long is it gonna be before they give me a save point? And not a single drop of health. Unbelievable. A raptor, 10 billion years, freaking bubbles. Yeah, I don't like those enemies one bit. There we go. Oh god. Gold! It drops a little bit. Yeah, it's like one of those enemies in games where it like makes smaller versions of itself continuously. It's rough out here. Guys, it's rough hours out here for a gamer. Can I get an amen? Health! I am so close to death. I do not like this. I need health badly, man. No HP. Oh, wait, I got 100 HP. Nice, okay. Not screwed. Hey, more HP. Nice, nice. How do I get up here? Weird. Okay. Guys, the music in this game has no right to go as hard as it does. It really has zero right. Am I missing something here? How the heck am I supposed to get up here? I need a save point, man. So, what holiday is coming up? Like Easter or something? Y'all do anything for Easter? I pretty much just, like, me and the folks have food. Have a drink or two. The kids will come, like, the family kids will come over and play, like, you know, play in the yard with the eggs. You know, they'll, like, do the egg hunt. Same as every year, set traps and try to catch that damn Easter bunny. You should ask Cass for some rabbit hunting tips. Just ask Cass, how do I catch that wily rabbit? Would Cass betray her own kind? If you paid her enough, yeah, probably. I believe in Cass and her ability to betray her own kind. I don't know why you don't believe in her, but I do. Pay her in chocolate syrup? God, I really hope she doesn't, like, bathe in that. I really, truly hope. Holidays for most people are like most of your normal days. Sit around and do absolutely nothing. Fair enough. Why does that thing, like, make a monkey scream when it dies? I still can't get over that. Yeah, I know Cass was saying, like, oh, like, haha, I'm gonna bathe in it. I really hope she doesn't. If for no other reason than, like, I hate people wasting food. I hate seeing food get wasted. You are potato. Understandable. Here's the rule of internet polls. You don't list anything you aren't actually okay with doing. You have 3 serious answers, then 1 answer is a joke. Guess which one is everyone's gonna vote for. It's true, it's true. You're absolutely correct. Oh, that's how I get up here. We need to have an intervention for Cass. No more bathing in chocolate syrup. Icebound cave, a stillness broken. Please tell me we're near a save point. Can I please get a save point? Yes! A save point! And of course, the thing all gamers do. You save like 3 to 5 times. Just to make sure. Just to make sure. It's just an illusion of life. This is definitely a boss fight. All you've been doing is playing Tales of Symphonia New Dawn? I see, I see. Because you like the whole catching monsters? I heard Tales of Symphonia is like the Tales game to play. It is a giant clump of ice. Faint sounds of breathing can be heard emanating from within. Oh, hell no! Hell no! I ain't messing with that shit. Gildius, Guardian of the Icy Depths. Alright, what's your move pattern, Gildius? He bites 3 times? 4 times? I don't get it. What's his... Oh, hang on. Let me just... There you go. Now you guys can see the HP bar on the right. This guy's like not attacking. Oh, I see. Now we have Dino in the middle. Yeah! Mysteria was yours. Series you, for some reason, can never finish a game in. Loved it the most and actually made it farthest in that one. For the Tales series is hair jealousy simulator. Because most of the females' hair makes you look like you're not even trying. Dang. Well, you know how it goes. Anime characters will always be more attractive than I'll ever look. It's something I had to accept from the age of a wee lad. I had to say, Titus, you have to, one of these days, you're gonna have to accept you will never be as pretty as the Pharaoh Atem from Yu-Gi-Oh! You will never look that pretty. And you just have to accept that, you know? It's just a part of life. Oh, God! I am at 7 health out of nowhere! Oh, God! That was rough. So he flaps his wings, you die. Yeah, I guess. We'll try this. We'll give it 3 attempts. Because it's kind of late. We'll give it 3 attempts to see if I can beat it. Oh, God, what's it gonna happen? Oh, no! Oh god. This is a tough boss, actually. Oh! Ow! Ow! If I can stay ahead of it, am I winning, son? I'm trying. I'm sure trying, Andy. Oh, I'm actually doing pretty all right. I have to run into him, run into his feet, and knock him over, and then when he's knocked over, I can attack him. Is how I beat this boss. Oh god, I'm getting low on HP again, though. What the hell just happened? What? What was that? Did you see that? What just happened? What just happened? This dude just picked me up and yeeted me out of nowhere. What the hell was that? Alright, 2 more tries. Come on. Oh god. Okay, get far away, get far away. Oh god, I thought that would work, but it— oh no! Oh my god. Okay, one more time. We'll try one more time. Even the land— yeah, this guy just gets really rough out of nowhere. Oh god. Oh lord. Alright, one more try. One more try and we're done. That was a really bad run. I was messing up the timings real bad. You're rooting for the dragon. The dragon is literally like, it's literally being formed into existence because of like an evil demon thing. Like, I don't feel bad for this thing. If it wanted me to not hurt it, it shouldn't have been born from an evil demon. Oh, come on! What? Okay, no, this is dumb. This is dumb. This is the Dark Souls of it. Shut up! Shut your dang mouth! Alright, I have to jump right as he lands to avoid taking damage from that. Okay, and now! I think if I don't win this one, which I mean I'm definitely not going to, I'm gonna try one more time. And after that I'll be, because like, I know I keep saying that, but I genuinely think I have the pattern from up until like he grabs me part. Oh God, I dodged it! And I got hit on the re-entry. Okay, this is the last time, seriously. Yeah, see, I'm getting the timing down better now. Okay. There we go. Alright, and... now! Ah! That stunk. Oh, I'm getting close! Oh, God! Don't choke. I see. The strategy is that I have to harden to avoid getting hurt by falling through those things. I see. It's gonna pick me up again. No! I was right there! Okay, I know I said that was last time, but I have to now. I was literally right there. I have to. I have to. I know, but look, I was literally right there. I have to, you know? I have to while I have the pattern hot in my mind. Because if I wait until the next stream, it's going to take me like 30 minutes to get the pattern back. You know what I mean? Okay. Now. Okay. What the heck was that? That was some BM, dog. What? No. What? I have to keep try. I have to try one more time. I have to. I have to. Guys, I don't have an issue, okay? This is just how elite gamers play games, you know? You know, you guys probably wouldn't know that just because, you know, you guys aren't elite gamers. You know, that's okay. Not everyone can be. You know, like all the time in private, Andy comes up to me and he's like, Titus, how do you become such an elite gamer? And I'm like, well, Andy, you just keep saying one more time, and then you go more than one more time. That's how you do it. That's how you become an elite gamer. I said, wow, Titus, that's really cool. I'm gonna give you $75 in American money as thanks for your wisdom. And I'm like, thanks, Andy. It's not necessary, but I'll take it anyway. You didn't say that. You did say that! That's where you 75 bucks. Yes, that's where it went. Oh! Ow! Ow! What was that? What? I dodged that. What was that? That's some dumb stuff, bro. That's some dumb stuff. Even when you do it right, it's like the game's like, no. Look at that. What happened? What did I touch there? What did I touch? Tell me what I touched, game. I am not angry. You guys are angry, okay? The rage you're detecting in my voice, the anger, the frustration, that's not really real. That's you guys projecting your frustration at not being as good as the game as I am onto me. Seems this cave isn't made out of ice, but it said it's all shut up! Shut up! You need to stop being a jealous hater, bro. Okay, come on, come on, come on. I don't know why it's not working all of a sudden. Like, the pattern used to work consistently. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Okay, dodge the second one. No! Oh, that's it. It's game over. I lost. Oh. I do always forget the second one. Come on. Okay, this one's gonna be the... Oh, dang it! It's over. Oh! Come on. Come on. Gotta lurk the rest, helping someone with fusions of Persona. Alright, you take care, Sanasa. Thanks for stopping in today. Alright, look, I know I've been memeing, but, like, genuinely, it is dumb that I'm getting hurt on, like, nothing half the time when I, like, run towards it. Like, I know, like, haha, funny, like, I've been memeing about how I've not been angry when I actually am, but, like, that genuinely, that is dumb. See, look at that! What did I get hit on? That's what I mean. Like, if I get hit, you know, fair enough. That's my... But those are like, what did I actually hit on? You know what I mean? Well, that's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm gonna get hit, like, at least have it make sense. Like, those don't make no sense. Like, look, what did I get hit on right there? Look, I'm fine if I get hit. But that was genuinely like, you just get hit, bro. You just get hit right there, just cuz. Like, for what reason? Okay, come on. Like, see that one? That's fair. You know, I didn't time it right. Oh god, here we go. Come on. Come on. What? What did I get hit on? What did I hit? Thank you, Andy. Thank you for believing in me. And the power of friendship? You're right. You're absolutely right. Unironically, you are correct. I just have to believe in the power of friendship. And if friendship doesn't work, it's the next best thing. Obsessive, spiteful anger. What time is it? Alright, at the beginning I said 3 tries and I memed about it. I'm genuinely on my last 3. Like, it's late, so... These are my last 3 attempts, starting now. For actual, though. Bruh. Second attempt. Orale. I'm losing it. Alright, this is the last one. For genuinely, I'm tired, so after this one, your boy Titus is done for the night. Okay, I'm doing better. No, it's over. I can't get out. I'm trapped. That's great. What are those hitboxes, man? Like, look, guys, I know I've been, like, memeing it up for the sake of comedy, but, like, genuinely, the hitboxes on this thing, on some of the, like, some of it is, like, kind of dumb. I'm not gonna front with y'all. Like, genuinely. Alright. I'm a man of my word. I'm done. I'm done. I'm really tempted to keep going, but, like, I'm just getting more tired, and it's clearly showing. So, like, I'm good. I'm done. Man, I was so close. I got with 1 hit away from winning earlier. Man. Let me... okay, yeah, I'm good right now. I'm done. Okay, guys, that's gonna be it for today. Thanks to everyone for coming and hanging out. It was a lot of fun. Thanks to everybody. And happy birthday one more time to Burke. Hope you had a great one, man. If anyone watching this later as a VOD isn't already, go follow Burke at Wild Burke on Twitch. He's great. You'll love him. Alright, this is gonna be the end for tonight, guys. I'll actually be doing more East this Wednesday instead of Friday because Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel keeps having... it keeps having to go under for maintenance on Wednesdays when I'm supposed to be streaming it. So we're going to do it on Friday instead. So Wednesday, same time as this time, we're going to be doing more East. But yeah, guys. Like how the dragon is still beating up your butt. Yeah, seriously. Listen, it's just making sure, you know? It's making sure. Alright, this has been your boy Titus. Remember to be good to yourselves and others. Feel free to follow me here on Twitch, over on YouTube or Twitter if you aren't already. And as always, I'll catch you next time. Have a good night. Bye! I am an elite gamer!